Good morning, everybody. Ding ding. Oh, damn. All right, nice little bounce. These are fucking calls. All right. Look at gold futures. Yeah, they're up a little bit. Hope you had a nice weekend. Yeah, it wasn't bad. How about yourself? It looks like TSM is getting its turn to pump. Yeah, we kind of talked about that yesterday. TSM's lagging a bit behind given that they make all the fucking chips. But we'll see how it turns out. Carvana opening a little bit lower today. Hmm. Gross. Verticals. Where the fuck is the data? I'll just wait. The video a little bit choppy. Yeah. I'm up 15%. That's some sort of good news. I don't know what it was, but I heard it somewhere. Calls at 5,100. I don't know if we're gonna drop that low. That seems kind of excessive. All right, I'll wait on that. See if this starts to find some support. A lot of puts came in this morning. but there's still a lot of calls on the chain at these levels. So we're gonna have to see who wins out. I probably wouldn't pick a direction. We're above 51.25, which should be slightly bullish. Jesus Christ, those are expensive. $40.50. It's not really enough range to grab there. Ooh, there goes Carvana. Oh, cool. Oh, okay. Two 83, 85. No fucking liquidity on those, huh? Two 84, 113. So hmm. Fucking Christ. Ready to rock it after this pullback. We'll see. Future still looks pretty good. Kind of a lot of back and forth still. There's a lot of puts coming in, actually. Calls too, but it's definitely like a little bit of a battle going on. Nvidia already testing 850. Yeah, it seems like the majority of puts are coming in at 51.15. I can't get a fill on these, huh? Let's see. So 140's a bit of resistance. Some in the money puts, 35.40 that came in. The ramp up to 50 is still pretty decent, but there's like a little bit of a put wall to the upside, which we kind of rejected off right here on that test. But we'll see. Someone's bound to win out. Oop, squeezing 850 sold calls on the video. Beyond to $8 today? Looks like it, yeah. Getting the shit shorted out of it. I don't know if it'll make it all the way to 8, but they're gonna try to get it as low as they feasibly can. My speakers don't go any louder, and you're super quiet unless you're facing your mic. I didn't change anything. Alright, let's see. Oh, I don't want these. It's still going up. SPX is trying to push up again. $80. Okay. Oh, that's fun. Tesla's dropping like a hot bag of lettuce. Ooh. Tesla's about to test DN. See how QQQ's doing. Yeah, it's hanging in there. It's got a little bit of a reversal. So I think bulls just want to push it up to like the 5150 level and bail out the calls that are still up there from Friday. But I think once they do that, it probably just dumps into the puts. This is them still fighting for the rest of those calls. But we might start, if we keep getting rejected, we might see those calls start to capitulate. And if they do, we're gonna go lower because puts down here kind of outnumber the calls for now. The fuck? Yeah, that's kind of wild. Um, Christ, Tesla and Apple are shitting the bed. Shitting all over the place. Huh. Apple's below delta neutral. Google's down 2%. Down 5. Piton. SMR. Fubo. Ooh, Fubo's up a little bit. Top down. Okay. What's AMD doing? AMD's up 3.5%. So everyone's just selling all their Tesla and Apple and buying NVIDIA. Is Apple dead? Like long term? Maybe. I think that seems valid. Hmm. There's still plenty of bulls pushing for the upside still. That's 'Momentum-wise, they should be getting a bit of an advantage here. Well, a little bit. Futures is starting to broaden out and pick up some volatility. $51, $60, $75 on futures would probably be roughly a 51.50 test. Tesla finding a little bit of support at delta neutral. Or is that gamma neutral? Hold on, let me double check. I'm not actually sure if that's delta or gamma neutral. It's delta neutrals. Delta neutral's 193 on Tesla. Just a bit above gamma neutral. Call buying still going on. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I didn't get filled on my spreads. I don't fucking know why. Why is that fucking so off? Is it just like no liquidity? Maybe I should try to sell them out for OPEX. Vertical. $2. 385. Two of those. No. There's not a lot of liquidity on the complex order book for Carvana. Oh shit, I can get out of my VX. What's Apple Delta neutral? Give me a sec. Uh, 179. GN's 173.69. This is getting fucking spicy. I'm already out of the NVIDIA open. Wasn't as great as I wanted it to be though, because we already opened at 840. I was hoping we'd open at like 835 ish, and I'd get the more of the range. But yeah, I'm already out. Isn't gold usually inverse SPX? No, dude, what the fuck? I'm not selling these that cheap. That's bullshit. Just go out to the $5 spread. Maybe there's some liquidity on that. Let's go, what, 85.90? $2? That's shit. 80.90? It's a little bit better. 388. 2, 4. Hmm. All right. Is there a PT on Carvana to the downside where it starts to get exciting? Not particularly. At least not anywhere near the money right now. I would say that if it loses 75, I might start picking up some like actual short positions on it, but not until then. PFE tanking for whatever reason. Does anyone know why? No. See if there's any news on it, maybe. Entire chain. VIX going up here, short puts closing. That might be part of the problem, yeah. I'm really never going to get a fill on these fucking Carvana spreads. Maybe if I go down to $1. Do like the 83, 84. Gross. That should be so much fucking higher. I have this like weird, like hedged off condor on SPX from Friday. I feel like I should close the call side, but I'd like to close it a little higher. Let's see if futures breaks up here. Seems like it should have a decent shot. Looking for it to break this trend. Boop. Like that. It's starting to. Why is that so fucked up? Yeah, AMD's above Gamma Max by like a lot. We'll be on sync further once it crosses the delta flip point. Yes. It's already below it, I believe. I should update those. 1020, 1073. Does this Jamie run have any legs? Not yet. Let's see where delta neutral is. I think it's still above delta neutral, but there's not a shitload of short interest on Jamie right now. Let's see. Maybe. Resistance at 1575, which it's not quite at yet. I'd say the biggest problem with this is it could get rug pulled really fast because there's no covering going on. Beyond 1213 bull call spreads keep bouncing between a credit of 2 and a debit of 3. I'd imagine those are pretty illiquid right now. Evonik, a German chem company that PFE gets their chems from, cut 2,000 jobs. This says 2024 economic recovery is unlikely. Yeah, Germany's economy is not in a great place right now. No, I don't think. I don't think the upside's very stable. So yeah, I mean, bulls are trying to push it up into the calls from Friday, but there's not a lot of stability, and there's some big fat put walls at 35 and 40, which seem to be hampering progress a bit. We're also going to run out of bullish momentum if this continues much longer. I think we kind of already are running out of bullish momentum. QQQ is breaking down. Ooh, yeah, a little bit. How much are 44s? 60 cents. The ball's kind of high. Hey, I got my fill. Nice. 58. How's IWM doing? Yeah, IWM's coming back down too. We might start to see pressure in the mid caps and small caps fall off if IWM moves back to negative. So keep an eye on that if you're playing any of those, like Beyond or GME or any of that shit. Fubo. This is 1020 now. This is 1073. See this back to 750 still. So like another dollar of downside left on that. Might not get it all today, but we might get some more of it. Alright. Upstart still above 25. Firm's down 2%. XRT still holding up. Google's kind of shit in the bed. Tested 33. Is that DN on Google? Hold on. Google's also getting really close to delta neutral. Nope, that's the wrong fucking stock. There we go. DN 132.40 on Google. Interesting. SPX just gap down. Check TMs. What do you got? Nice, Nick. All right. NQ broke down in a big way. Oh, that was a little while ago, yeah. SPX just sitting right on top of its long-term support there. Futures don't look so hot here. Yeah, it kind of looks like a failed breakout. I guess we could move up to this. There isn't really a trend there. One there. I still think that's more important though. Yeah, that failed. Did Tesla just fail GM? Yep. Well, it failed it and then immediately bounced right back above it. I will say, don't get super bearish on this drop. It's very possible that we only drop to like 51 like 51.15, 51.10 and then reverse this whole thing, right? So yeah, don't lean too hard into the downside just yet here. We're still in a very positive gamma environment. Dude, I just got out of my VX. I'm gonna need you to be 20% more bear today. Trying to be as bearish as I can. I wish the shorts would leave Zom alone. Well, Zom's doing great. You know what I wish? I wish I could sell some fucking calls on Carvana before Kenny eats up all the goddamn IV. Piece of shit. Um, oh, that's a little better. Nope, nope, still sucks. No, it's better. Can I get a fill? 48? It's so fucking bad. I want to learn about where to start. Start learning about volume and how the market reacts to volume. Don't know if I can think of any literature off the top of my head. Let me think. DM me later. I'll see if I can think of something or find some papers. How's liquidity looking on Beyond? It looks like it's getting the fucking living shit shorted out of it. Becoming very illiquid very quickly. Speaking of DM, ooh, what do you got? That's kind of fancy. Oh. Can you repost it on the Discord? Yeah, if I find anything, I will. There's a lot of bullshit literature on momentum that's not very, very valid. I'm just never gonna sell any of these. Have to do something greedier, like 5 wide, 80, 50. It's still fucking barely a 50% return. Applied vol is 124.70. Maybe if I try out of the money, both strikes. Holy shit, I got a fill. Ha! I did it! The SPX yearns for the mines. How do you feel about Baba Long here, Gross? Don't say those things to me. That guy should memorize the formula to calculate the volume of a cylinder, because he's going to become a Dan at some point. Momentum equals mass times velocity. Some guy named Newton wrote some stuff on it. Applicable. What's DN and VN on SPX? Delta neutral on SP. It depends which one, but those are both like $200 out of the money. Vega neutral is at 124, right? Yeah, 124.20, and then VN on the monthly contracts is at 51.56.84. I don't think SPX is going to fill the gap. That's why I closed my bull call spread. I think we've burned up way too much momentum trying to break into the gap, and the put walls are holding. So I'm so stoked that I got my fill on Carvana. This is awesome. It's not as much as I wanted. I wanted 80% return on risk, but I'll take 72. Oh wait, no, these are $2 spreads. That's even worse. God damn it. I thought these were the $1 spreads. Whatever. How much is that? It's gonna be... Yeah, but I did get 84.86. Well, it's like 150% on risk. Right? No. How much did I get for them? 72? So 452, 380. 56% on risk. Ugh. 53% chance of profit. Fuck it. That's not too bad, I guess. It's just... I wonder if I could sell the 83. 83, 85 also. Piece of shit. If I sell the 83, 85, I can bump this up to like 65%. 83, 85. All right, let me see what I can get for that. 83, 85. 90 cents. God, that's garbage. Maybe I can get $1. Come on, one more bounce. SPX frozen? No. Doesn't look good though. Alright, let's see what's going on with positioning here. Still getting a lot of 5140 calls. Some of the out of the money calls are starting to sell off. 5155, 5150. And we're still getting more put buying at 25, 15. A little bit of 35 still. Call side support at 130. Okay. That's, yeah, that's kind of what we're bouncing off of here. So I think if we lose 130, we could drop to 5115. Seems reasonable. And the market maker is just not willing to pay for these fucking spreads. A fucking $83 call is like almost $2 in the money. What the fuck? That's a $5 call. What a load of bullshit. Momentum actually equals mass times lambda, or lambda is the Lorentz operator velocity. Dick. I really think we get down to 5115. Seems like 5125 is about it. There's a lot of fucking puts at 5115. We haven't even dropped yet, so I don't know how 51.25 could be. The call wall to the downside is at 51.30. But if we lose the call wall, then yeah, we can slip $15. I think there's more downside possible on Beyond. There's still underwater calls at 8 and 750. I told you NYCB is going to collapse. Puts are still cheap. Yeah. I sold some bear calls. Get ready to test 51.50. Why'd you sell bear calls? You know where you're just going to bounce in the back half of the day, right? Oh, yeah, I guess you could close them. You fucking Canadians and your lack of PDT. Ah, bitch. There we go. What's the deal with Fubo looking strong? Sure it is. Yeah. What happens if NYCB fails? Who's gonna scoop up that turd bucket? I don't know. It's not a good look considering that they scooped up a failed bank already. But you know, the FDIC is just trying to spread the toxic assets out wafer thin. Um, they don't have a ton of exposure. I wouldn't really worry about it too much. I don't think they present a lot of systemic risk. Wait, Canadians don't have PDT? No, but they have to pay like $2 a contract to trade them, which is worse. Aren't they a decent sized bank? No, they're like a small bank. They have a lot of CRE in New York, but their total exposure is not that big. I think they don't have like a lot of leverage exposure either. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. I mean, it's not good, obviously, but they are a bigger small bank. Yeah, deposits of 81.4 billion with 116 billion in assets is pretty good. Especially compared to a lot of the other banks. Yeah, they're not really heavily leveraged. I'm not entirely sure they'll fail. They might not. But even if they did, I don't think it'd be a big deal. They can lean on the BTFP pretty hard if they need to, till next Monday at least. That would explain why they're willing to sell Carvana spreads for no money. This is bullshit, man. Is there 65 cents now? Maybe I could get like 80. Just give me 80. I'll take 80 cents. Oh, it's a pretty good deal. Momentum's still pretty neutral here. It's starting to get a little bit more bearish, but we probably got like another, I don't know, another 45 minutes or so. It's still mostly neutral. What if the puts will hang on long enough? Trying to shake them off. There's still more puts coming in. A little bit of call buying on the bounce. I would probably not trade this. It's awful. Like I have spreads from Friday, but like actively trying to trade this seems like a terrible idea. At least until like 35 or 25 break. Trading in a $5 range is so much worse at 5,000. Yeah, it really is. Today seems like a good day to sell out of the money call spreads. I'm gonna have to because I can't get a fucking fill on Carvana. Kenny's such a stingy bitch with the Carvana spreads. They're fucking selling contracts that are like $3 in the money for fucking 80 cents. And Tesla's just teasing at DN. Mm. When you say puts are coming in, how do you know they're not sold? There's a few ways. I check a couple of those. There's always an assumption, but you can improve the accuracy of your estimation. Gherk, the market cap is 2.17 billion right now. Is NYCB like a good but risky long? Like no reason they couldn't be bought out for $10 a share plus and still be at a discount. I've looked at it. They have some preferred stock poopy pads. I know how that makes you feel. How high can cat go? It's probably pretty close to a top here. It's getting a little blown out. Cat's been up for 9 consecutive days. I think cat might be one of the only things holding the Dow up at this point. Sherwin-Williams and cat. Yeah, I think MSCB. Yeah, NYCB PA 1581 1/40th interest in fixed to floating rate Series A non-cumulative perpetuals, paying 9.53%. I like that you know how to make me feel things, Kirk. I guess you're welcome. I mean, a lot safer in the event of receivership, right? The X date is 3/6. Wait, really? Of this year? That's awkward. Huh. Not bad, right? Also, those are under the 15% tax rate, right? I think they are. They should be. Beyond's probably going to go to like 8 or 750 if they can manage it. It looks like they're trying to get all of the shorting done today. They're well on their way. It's all about getting their short calls out from underwater, right? They were like short vol was not prepped for earnings. They also didn't capitulate on earnings, right? We've only gone straight down since market open after earnings. Do you sell small liability insurance for mini chainsaws? I don't. Meanwhile, JPN 3 month negative 0.079. I'm gonna buy some just like that. Shorting on Beyond is good. It means it'll probably stay on reg show. Yeah. Runs on stocks while they're on reg show tend to be pretty beneficial, especially if there's not a lot of covering done. An ideal entry for Beyond, or is it even worth it? Lower. Yeah. This is what I expected to happen. This is what I want to happen. Like earnings was nice. I made a bunch of money on it, but for the rest of like the reg show period, I definitely want an entry at a lower price, and this is offering that up. And yeah, because it's ADR. Oh, okay. I want the Divi Gurk, and I have a day or two to buy it now. I mean, literally 2 days. Well, today and tomorrow. I mean, you're probably the stock's probably going to drop relative to the dividend, right? Sorry I couldn't sell those calf cushions for you on your chair on Friday. We're gonna have to make them custom. We've never seen calves that big here at Steelcase. I understand. It's okay. The morning pump persistence is weakening. Oh, on fucking whatchamacallit? ABNB? Not much. It might be starting to find a top. No, force coverings while it's on reg show. That's how they get it off reg show. And no, I don't want to go into all the details. It's a whole bunch of shit. But basically after 13 days, any failures that have yet to be settled are netted off one day at a time, starting from T plus 13 ago, right? So on the 13th day of consecutive failures, all of the fails that were due 13 days prior have to be settled. It's actually kind of beneficial for shorts in some ways, and that if you have large concentrations of fails, you know, and say you have all these fails coming up on like a 5 day period, right? This will help break that out, like on reg show. Unfortunately, if you don't have enough liquidity on the underlying, you have to get the liquidity from somewhere, right? You either have to get it from ETFs, you have to get it from the borrow pool, or you have to get it from the options chain. And if you get it from the options chain, which is frequently the favorite choice, you push the long the underlying. So the more liquidity you create, the longer you push the on the underlying. Eventually, the actually goes long on the underlying. Hedge flips, big run, close all your short calls, make a bunch of money. IV spikes, then you short vol again. Start from the beginning. It's not a very complicated strategy, but it's effective. Would April be enough theta to capture a beyond move or go further out? I want like I probably want like 45 days, but it depends on when and where we hit our low. Okay, the gap's almost filled. I came really close. Ooh, can I add some I'm gonna add some to this. There's still 17 cents of gap left. Ball's starting to turn up a bit. Let's see if we're getting any shift in momentum. Okay, so a little bit of bearish momentum. Starting to move out of neutral again. But not bearish yet. Pretty aggressive call push here. 30, 35, 30, 35, 50, 55. 50, 55's got a lot of call buying right now. That's kind of out of the money though. Oh, that's the wrong fucking index. Okay. This might fail this test. Yeah, QQQ looks a lot stronger than SPX anyway. I'm pretty sure it's overperforming. No, it's about the same. Huh. Ooh, bonds are way up. But Dixie's down? What the fuck is going on with that? When's everybody start pulling their money out of equities and putting it into Bitcoin? I traded some Bitcoin last night while I was taking a shit, and I caught like a 1% move to the upside at like 3 in the morning. That was fun. Why wouldn't it be leveraged? Do you think Netflix is pretty overbought here? I mean, there's not a lot more interest to the upside, and I kind of mentioned yesterday that there's resistance. I don't know if you can see it. There's resistance up here. This is kind of old. If it breaks above this, though, it may test like the long-term trend, which is up around like 650, 660. I don't think it will. I don't think there's enough call positioning on it right now. So I'd probably look for a rejection here and see if it starts to reverse. Although yeah, nobody really seems to be paying attention to Netflix despite the fact that it keeps going up nonstop. Like there's not a lot of options interest on it or anything. But beyond buy time, I think it could still be a little too soon. I found like a little bit of a floor at 850. There's a lot of sold calls there. Um, so that might be some resistance for today, but I still think they want to get all the sold calls back out of the money, which would still mean a drop to like 750, ideally. I think they have enough liquidity to short it more for now. Down 3% on these Apple calls. Why are you long Apple? Apple went under Delta neutral today. BTC up 50% year to date. Nvidia up like 80% year to date. Q Kevin Bacon Animal House. Nobody panic. All is well. I mean, the primary thing driving markets higher since November has been easing financial conditions, right? Which has allowed everyone to pack on fuck tons of leverage. Um, the initial like 700, 800 BPS of upside was largely just short squeezing off. Since then we've had some periods of like really bullish pushes. We had a pretty solid earnings season. I think it was a little bit better than expected, and then GDP has been skyrocketing because of fiscal fiscal what's the best way to put it? Well, deficit spending, really. So it's a combination of those things. But we're just starting to see some of that leverage pull back, which could be an indication that we're or at least some participants are expecting a reversal. Or, the financial conditions starting to tighten is putting pressure on that maxed out leverage. Now you tell me. Well, I said that was like the first thing I said this morning. I was like, Apple's tanking. Look at it. It fell below DM. It was like at market open. Where are we headed today on SPX? Bullish to 55. How far can Tesla drop from here? No idea. No, not bullish to 55. SPX kind of looks like it's running into a wall here. It keeps running into the wall, but it's not really very bullish. Momentum on SPX is starting to turn. It could just take a while to break down because there's so much call positioning. I don't think Tesla's fallen through Delta Neutral yet. I'm pretty sure Delta Neutral is at 192. Oh, you piece of shit. God damn it. Oh, it's at 193, so it is just below, but it's gamma neutrals at 192. So it's testing GN right now. If it fails that, maybe 180. Oop, there we go. SPX got rejected. Nice. Now we just need to lose all the call support. Still think ups in the latter part of the day. Well, it depends on how hard they push the early part of the day. If they keep trying to pump this up here, I have a feeling that the drops will be later. But I think they're starting to lose a little bit of momentum now. They're really fighting for it like right off the bat, which is odd. I don't know if they're trying to get the like put positions to the downside to capitulate, or if they're just trying to bail out their calls as fast as possible. But I don't know why they didn't just let it drop and then pump from the low. They would have gotten like a lot more upside that way. So somebody reverse at the 183. I don't really think that's a very strong support, actually. The 182.50 call, it's sometimes it can be, but generally if you have a lot of momentum on the drop, it's gonna blow through those like half strike positions. Did you straddle Nvidia over the weekend? Yep. I also bought a bunch of Nvidia at open. Unfortunately, it was only like a $10 move, but it was still okay. I'm still long like 5 of my Nvidia contracts from Friday, but I sold the rest earlier. Lose momentum, sir. This is a clown market, but it's losing momentum, and we haven't tested like even on the technical side. Like we failed to test Friday's high already. That's that's not really a good sign. Right, we're above VN. We're really close to like VN on the monthly. We're really close to Gamma Max. Like all of this range is already really hard to push through, and without getting it while volume's high in the early part of the day, it's gonna make it pretty hard to grab. How often do you see Tesla, Google, Apple deep red and the market's basically flat? It's kind of fucking stupid. But Nvidia's up 4% almost. And AMD is really working on becoming part of the Mag 7. I don't know if I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if we can cross VN on the monthly. Like I don't think that's possible. Right? So well, okay, maybe it is, but if we do, I think like the reaction to that is probably not very pretty. Have you laughed at the on RRP number from Friday yet? It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna lie. Like reverse repo's not getting drained. Let me know when we start to see a dent being made in banking reserves held at the Fed. That would be interesting. But on RRP being lower or higher, yeah. No, I don't think so. The neutral points on SPXW are kind of like a gradient, but the neutral points on SPX not so much. If we cross if we cross VN on SPX, the market maker is net short Vega the entire chain. And if the market maker is net short Vega the entire SPX chain, the market maker theoretically, even though we've never seen SPX actually cross VN on the monthly, theoretically the market maker would just sell and sell and sell and sell until they were no longer net short Vega. Netflix bull spread's still worth it at these levels. I mean, uh, no, probably not. I don't know. Let me see. Do you still have the 50 put? You'd have to get pretty wide. That's a lot of risk. Unless you're gonna roll the put up. If you're gonna roll the put up, then sure, you could probably sell something against it, or just. I mean, I'd hope you're not still hanging on to the 40-cent put from next week. But if you are, maybe roll it up and then sell against it. I went to close a debit call spread on SPX this morning. I accidentally opened a second one. Oops. Oh well, it's up 5 cents. Well, that's not too bad. Hmm. Did we get any profit? So we did get some profit taking at the 51.30 on the call side. So a little bit less of a call wall there. 51.25, 30s. And there's still a little bit of call side support. The 51.35, 51.40 puts, however, seem to be staying in place. And they are a lot of the reason that we didn't break higher. So bulls or bears are holding their ground. They're not very strong, but they don't. I don't think they need to be. Yeah, bulls regging bulls. It's it's usually what happens when we're up this high. Hedge some, but still down. Maybe you could sell like another weekly spread out of the money to reduce that. You know, at some point there, you've got to just grab a call, right? Like sell the spread and then just use the money to grab like a weekly call so you can make money on the move to the upside. Like that the breakup was confirmed like a while ago, right? So like I mean I was in the same play, but you know after this broke higher, right? And this is around the time that we were discussing selling those 75s. You just sell the 75 and buy like the out of the money call, right? Because you've already got confirmation of the breakup. Like you broke through the uptrend, right? You retested it and now you're breaking higher again. So at that point, it's best to just get a call. I haven't gotten to check out Quant Tower yet, but WeBull is adding futures. If top squeezed, how high can it go? I don't know. $2, $4. It depends on how much. Honestly, it depends on how much options interest came in. Hey Gherk, we getting beyond 30 DTEs today. Ideally, if it keeps dropping, yeah. It found some support at 850, which I'm not opposed to entering at these levels. I just don't particularly like it. I'd like to get a little bit lower. Like I want to buy at the short call levels at like 8 and 750. I may not get them, to be fair. I could be being greedy, but I think there's enough liquidity for them to short it down that far. Did you hear Webull pre-IPO share offer package in the mail? No. Maybe? I don't think. Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to look through my junk mail. I wish Webull would add Forex. They're supposed to be. They have it on there. The funny thing is, like on like the Hong Kong app, they already have futures and Forex. Would today be a good day to open a micro futures contract long, then wait for 51.88 with a loose stop? No? That sounds awful. You're gonna hold it overnight? I mean, maybe if we get like a test lower. or we fail with no. I hate that. Do you have enough margin to hold it overnight? Did the maintenance working on your building finish? I don't know. They didn't knock on my door this morning, so I assume they're done. Or at least they're not going to turn my power off anymore. I don't even know what the fuck they're fixing. They tore out like all of the wall in the hallway from like my apartment all the way down to the elevator. So I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I don't think CrowdStrike's gonna make less money. Tesla midday pickles pick. Do you add with a break of 190? Yeah, I probably would. Uh, you know what? I would add with a break of 188.70. Okay, well, that depends on how much theta you have. If you have theta, I would add with a break of 188. If you're just playing weeklies, I'd probably add with a break of 190, but then be ready to pull them back at a test of 188. It's okay if you're having troubles paying your electric again. We can chip in a fund for you. Thanks, man. Do you think NVIDIA attributes its price action to you and your immense rugged handsomeness? I feel like if I never shorted NVIDIA, it would just be worth like $300 right now. Maybe they're just a bunch of tweakers with hard hats scraping copper. Scrapping copper? I don't think so. I mean, maybe, but one of the guys would be the fattest tweaker I've ever seen. Why is the SMCI up 25%? The promise of being added to the S&P 500. If 30K on some shitcoin that's in a cooldown period from staking, I'm up 100% on the position. My fear is that over the next 27 days, it's going to get decimated as I watch the profits burn. Probably. Yeah, that sounds like what happens to shitcoins when you don't sell them at the top. Which shitcoin? Or are you embarrassed to say? Oh god. That's pretty terrible. You staked that crap? Do you think the silicon used to make NVIDIA chips is the same type of silicon used by the adult toy industry? Probably not the same grade. Is it, wait, no, one's silicone, one's silicon. You're you're talking about different things. Well, unless you're talking about like teledildonics, which I mean those require microchips. Hold on. We need to establish a baseline here. They're shorting the puts I own again. Get fucked. Teledildonics was my minor in college. It's also JFresh's only advertiser on Twitter. Electronics with soft, squishy outsides. Either way, more NVIDIA chips equals more expensive adult toys. Not until we start putting H100s and Tesla robots and duct taping fleshlights to them. I love how everyone doesn't care about Elon's vision and keeps calling it Twitter, because that's what it is. Elon's a dipshit. I can't believe Meta's down. Should I play CrowdStrike earnings? I don't mean play earnings, just buy a call and assume that they're going to make more money. Holy fuck that. Never mind. Nope. 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 We're staying between 35 and 25 all day, aren't we? Hey man, we just started to get a little bit of bearish momentum. Let's see where it takes us first. Then when it only takes us down to 51.25, we can bitch, okay? I feel like large language models have exactly enough intelligence to be good and bad. Right? I mean, that's got to be the one actual use for them. Because they're a bit crazy. Well, they're a bit delusional. Um, you can tell they're large because it's in the name. If I could, I happen to be an expert here. This teledildonics certainly have microchips. How else can my viewers make these things move on command? Exactly. It takes no intelligence to be good and bad. Just ask this chick Ashley I hooked up with years ago. That's what I was trying to be a little bit more highbrow about it, odorous Stan. But yeah, you can just dive right in, I suppose. What did Dan comment? Yeah, I know. That's what Ashley said. Wonder if I should pick up some more VIX calls. They're about 30% cheaper right now. If I could get them for 77. Oh, these are spreads, so they're not as bad. They're also for like April, so the delta's a little bit better. Do, 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 do. Although not much better. 16.45. Still a little overpriced. But selling the 25 is like, so you're getting like 0.3. Yeah, that's. I still don't think this particular spread is that bad. It's not my favorite, but I think big out of the money Vega plays are maybe a little too much for this account to handle still. So I want some vol exposure, right? Any other software devs here finish their cards fast, then pretend to still be working on them longer than it took so you can trade, or is that just me? I haven't placed a single trade yet today. I sold some calls on Carvana. Oh, I bought some puts on QQQ. I think at one point I had a call on SPX and I just got stopped out of it right away. But I think I got stopped out for a profit. Hold on. I bought it for 540. Yeah, I made 40 cents. That was awesome. Oh, and I closed my call spread. I guess. Oh, I traded NVIDIA. I think I'm stopped out of all my NVIDIA calls now. Mostly just a lot of shit from last Friday. Do you spy Vega like us poors? That's disgusting. I would never. I would do QQQ like a degenerate. Alright, nice. We're getting we're getting a decent dumping of out of the money calls here. I like that. Don't lie, you know you're stoked at the thought of 100 wide Iron Condor and SPX expiring in 2028. I'll have to think of like a whole new theme for the stream though if I start selling those. You know what I love is all the banks have upgraded their like their end of year SPX target, except JPM. And BNP. BNP lowered theirs by $100, and JPM's just like 4,200. They haven't budged. Every other bank has upgraded. Besides those two, every other bank has upgraded their end of year target. Jamie is my spirit animal. Do you ever dream of him just cleaning you with Windex? Yes. Okay. Constantly. Gold is not stopping. I mentioned a couple weeks ago that a gold long was probably a pretty good idea. I wonder if miners have caught on yet. Ooh, just starting to. Well, I know what I'm gonna do. I want more time on that. Ooh. Last week's Friday call credit spread 51.60.65, 190 credit. It's not bad. They all have black line, but what if we drop and GM moves up and then you get fucked? 50 cents to go till my $29 call on GDX is in the money. Nice. Anything cool with top slash beyond tips? Well, tip doesn't really have tips. It kind of does, but they're not very relevant. Beyond is still getting shorted hard as fuck. Uh, Although it has stabilized. They're still shorting it very hard. Probably trying to keep it from bouncing, honestly. Just a reminder, Beyond is eventually a zero. That's true. Yeah, big old goose egg. God, I want futures to fail so badly. Look at this bullshit. It's gonna take all fucking day for us to get like one good red candle. I can already tell. I fucking hate this shit. Just let the market fucking move. Jesus Christ. I'm so tired of the intraday vol crush. Remember when you cleared your limit buy on your BTC at 16K because you said you didn't want to catch a falling knife? I'm not letting you live that down. That's fine. I mean, my target was still right, but I didn't want to buy it. A lot of the reason I canceled it was because there was starting to get the ETF approvals, and had they come online sooner, it probably would have seen a lot more downside. I think it was still the right decision at the moment. Farmville needs to buy calls for dumps. Okay. There's a way this AM macro TLDR. We're at the top and bulls making white on each other while we wait on downs. Pretty much, yeah. FTX was also in the process of collapsing and Binance was being sued. Risk was high. Yeah, it was. I didn't buy BTC at those lows either. I could have been a crypto thousandaire. I don't know. I'm still riding high on selling my Bitcoin in 2021. I'm like perfectly happy with where I initially bought Bitcoin and where I sold it. And I have little to no interest in ever buying it back again. I sold mine in the 58K area. Missed the highest high before this, but like you got to take that. Yeah, I didn't nail the top on Bitcoin, but it came pretty close the last time around. I still kind of firmly believe that Bitcoin could always just be zero tomorrow. And that was fine when it was like 500, 1200, even at like 2500 a coin. I could live with that risk. But buying it at like 15,000 a coin, fuck that. Do you only buy Bitcoin in whole numbers? I mean, yeah. Bitcoin to go to a million. Trust me, bro. Did you guys see that meme I posted on Twitter? This is the worst part about like crypto bull season. I made this. This is my meme. Nobody sees what you post on Twitter. I know. It's so true. Bitcoin's at 66K. I thought financial conditions are tight. Yeah, because hedge funds are buying Bitcoin as an inflation hedge and they're going to dump their bags on all the hodlers that are dreaming of Lambos. I always wonder if there were similar social dynamics with tulips back in the day. Just a bunch of Dutch guys sitting around talking about the sweet ass windmill they're gonna buy when their fucking tulips hit all time highs. BTC bought me two houses. Well, SPX0 DTs bought you the other one. Anybody who's ever held Bitcoin through a BTC bear market, I think, will feel similarly to me. Especially like an extended one. Is now a good entry for Beyond? There's some argument that there's an entry here. Although I'd rather wait for 8 and 750. Because I think they'll try to bail out the rest of the sold calls. That's because you're a nerd, alright, man? That is a long ass hold. At least you sold some of it, though. I sold all my crypto before it crashed during COVID, and I never looked back. I've had 7-figure unrealized gains like 4 times and watched them all fizzle away. Yeah, I'll trade it occasionally if I'm bored or it's like going on a run in the middle of the night, but outside of that, what platform do you use for trading it? I just have Coinbase. I have a pretty big balance on there. I can buy quite a bit. Um yeah, I mean mostly that's why I have Coinbase. Also Bitcoin futures. So Beyond is still on Reg Show, but I expect them to drop the price before continuing forced covering. Earnings was just a blip, right? It just forced some covering at an unexpected time, but there's still a lot of other covering that needs to be done. Crypto got lame when all the exchanges that offer leverage on the scammy alts blocked US residents. That's when I lost interest. You can get leverage on Bitcoin futures. That's probably the best way to intraday trade them from the US without using like scammy foreign exchanges. Yeah, no. There's no more 100 to 1,000x leverage. I had a lot of fun with that in 2021 too, but I also almost blew myself up a couple of times. I don't know when the ETFs are. Do the ETFs not have options yet? I haven't looked. Bitcoin futures are just a CME product. Pretty sure you can trade them on most futures brokers. You can. I know you can trade them on Thinkorswim. I think Binance has them. Tasty, IBKR. I don't know if Tradeovate or Ninja Trader have them, but I think they should. How much theta would you get on Beyond calls? A bunch. It's probably best to have a bunch. Well, not T35, right? Because it's on Reg Show. So any failures generated during the Reg Show period have to be covered in 13 days. 13 days from the day the fail occurs. Ouch. Two explosions reported 91 nautical miles south of Aden, Yemen, causing damage to a vessel. 6 month came in slightly under. I don't think that matters. There should be plenty of liquidity in those. Fucking come on. The large volumes of FTDs on Beyond this week. There's there's some decent FTDs on it. Beyond pretty much constantly generates them. It's usually got a pretty high fail to volume ratio. I think the float is sold like 30 some odd percent short. But I'm not really concerned with Beyond's like day-to-day FTDs, right? It's the cumulative effect of clearing out the FTDs over time that matters. Why is VIX not being shorted today? Because if they short VIX, they're gonna tank the price. We're above VN still, and they are trying to short it here a little bit. But shorting vol right now isn't exactly bullish. Aha. Oh my god, finally. Smash that like button. See 51-15. I just want to see us lose 51-30. Jesus Christ, it's been like a year. Ultimately, you're just looking for SPX to move down a little before it moves up again. Yeah, pretty much. If shortfall's bailing on their position, if they realize they can't contain it much anymore, I think it's more a factor of financial conditions tightening and leverage being harder to come by. I think they've already proven beyond a doubt that containing it's not a problem. Costco doesn't have AI either, Boxy Light. Jesus fucking, you gotta be kidding me with this bullshit. What is this? Tip buyers? Yeah, but the market can't crash yet because it's not OPEX. This is purgatory. Oh my god. Maybe you're right. AMD's kind of starting to cool off a little bit. Apple's down 2% today, and Google's down 3. Tesla's down 6. What the fuck is going on? What's floating this shit? Okay, so Lily's up a little bit. Producer manufacturing's doing okay. Utilities, transportation, process industries. Electronic tech's pretty good except for Apple. So Nvidia's up, AVGO, AMD, Intel, Qualcomm, Texas Instruments. We were so far ahead. These are all the stocks we named yesterday. Oracle's flat. Microsoft is flat. Google's down 3%. Meta's up 0.1. Burke B is down. Blackstone's down. Financial sector's doing alright, I guess. Retail's doing okay. This looks like shit, though. What do you think of data centers? I don't know. I'm not interested in that, I don't think. Because they're just blowing money on AI chips, right? Big banks are up big. Morgan Stanley up 5%. They don't have like a very big market cap. I mean, like some like BlackRock and Schwab, they're doing good, but their market caps are pretty shitty. So I don't think they're holding up a lot of this. What about data center REITs? Okay, maybe. If I sold bear calls at GM, they're just gonna move it up $20 and pump it, killing my spreads. I don't know. Are you selling them at GM today or some other day? All the calls I positioned out of are still dropping. It feels so good. Yeah, I'm still pretty glad I took the money off the table on my debit spread. I got a I got a decent exit on that too. This is bullshit. All right. I still think we're gonna go down more, but it's gonna take a minute. I'm gonna get something for lunch. I'll be right back. Shrimp's been trying to get themselves listed on the NYSE for years. Google, AMD, Tesla. It's so tempting to buy calls at this level. Well, it's maybe a little bit on Google. Definitely not on AMD, and not at all on Tesla. AMD is like 10% above Gamma Max. Google's in like interesting spot and arguably pretty cheap, but Tesla just sucks. I sold my shrimp for gold. Yeah, it's not a bad trade. I'll be right back. Persian Brazil not. Doesn't even make sense. Hmm. I wish these would both just go a little bit more red on the day. Hmm. Let's get another upside test on ES at 51.44. God, this is fucking slow. Positional changes. Nope. Also no. Fantastic. I guess a little bit more call selling. That's kind of about it. You're thinking this? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean a higher or a lower high here would be slightly more bearish, but we're getting like some consolidation, right? It's not a lot. So call selling's bullish, but it's most of the calls being sold are out of the money, not at the money. So it's not really helping anything. I don't know. I fucking hate smoked salmon, especially on bagels. It's so fucking slimy. First off, you're wrong. Am I? If your lox isn't slimy, then it's just salmon jerky. The wife and I are thinking of visiting New York early April. How many days would you suggest are needed to see New York enough to be satisfied? I don't know. Anywhere from 24 hours to 20 years. Probably need about a week to go through all the touristy shit, if that's what you want to come here for. Any suggestions on what to do? Yeah, stay away from touristy shit during the weekends. Eat a lot of food. I've never had slimy locks. It's greasy fish. I'm in for some Wednesday spy pits. Gross. Can you invert the color scheme so I can feel better? This is the price we're trading at for the rest of the week. I mean, it's still winter right now, so a lot of the tourist shit won't be as bad, but it's still gonna be worse on weekends. See you later, Gilgamesh. Bears love salmon. Bullish. Do anything funky on straddle dates or standard 3 to 4 DT still? Well, I still have to get rid of my straddle from last week, but I would say probably just keep things pretty standard. I don't see any reason to go shorter. I don't expect a lot of big moves this week. I'll probably get more theta on the put side, but that's just because I don't think the market's going down substantially right now. I mean, I've had just about every type of locks and gravlocks in existence, and I would say that, yeah, I agree. Wild salmon's a lot better than farmed, but it's all fucking greasy. Why is SPY gapping down? I think the better question is, why is SPX not? I don't even know what's holding us up here at this point. Most of the out of the money calls was sold off. Oh, there's nothing worse than Poke. Poke is don't get me started, please. Poke's like somebody wanted to make sushi, but they didn't have a sharp knife. It's like, I really want to eat some of this raw fish, but the only thing I have to cut it is a rock. If you don't find locks slimy, I would say your tolerance for greasy raw fish sliding around on your tongue is far higher than mine. Wait, who said this windmill? Oh, Bostic? Ooh, he said only 2 rate cuts? That's a shift in narrative. I fucking knew it. Is prepping J-Pow for the rug pull tomorrow? Maybe. How am I intolerant? Because poke sucks? It's racist against Pokemon. No, it's not. What's the strategy for hedging earnings IV crash? Selling implied volatility into earnings? The fact that they can keep this thing up while Tesla and Apple are bed shitting is wild. Kind of is, yeah. It's on the video. We're down to the Mag 1. Man, there shouldn't be anything rotten in your goat cheese. That just sounds like you have rotten goat cheese. Holy shit. Hmm. Nah, not worth it. No change in positioning yet. Isn't all cheese rotten? No. Going down or not? How much time you got? Holy fuck, this is boring. $3 and 45 minutes? Might be enough. Damn it, wrong. The wrong screenshot. Hold on. What's up, Poopy Pants? Are all of your clients now long calendar spreads on TLT? Want to hear something funny? JetBlue pulled out. I knew it. Wait, is Icon fucked now? Expecting this to push up to 40.50, then fail. I've been waiting for it to push up above like 35 all fucking day. I still don't think we're gonna get over the put walls here though. There's like big fat put walls at 35 and 40. He's 88. Maybe you should give the fund to his kid already. What if his kid's an idiot? I mean, he's his father. I'm sure he knows. Anyone playing Neo earnings? God, no. Yeah, I don't know. Poopy Pants. Longing text not exactly a genius play. Why don't you just go play blackjack, man? The odds are better. Assuming we don't break the 35-40 put wall, down into the end of the day. Or we could get down into the end of the day even if we break the put wall. He longed it with leverage. He's one of us. Who's shorting tech? No. That's not just like shorting tech. That's not like established short positions on tech adopted by the Dans. That's people buying out of the money puts, hoping they print, which is just dumb. And then there's trading puts, which has nothing to do with having a short thesis. NVIDIA 900 end of week, or NVIDIA pull back to 825 tomorrow, then 900 end of week. Right now NVIDIA doesn't have a lot of options interest above 850. So we'll see how things build out, but we'll probably get a little higher. I want to say, let's see, by Friday. Maybe. It's not absurd to think that we could see a test by Friday. I heard what you said about Poke. Listen, man, nothing against Pacific Islanders and their love of chucking meat into vinegar, but raw meat into vinegar. I understand you guys didn't have a lot of firewood, but it's gross. Whatever sauce you put on it. Dobo chicken. Poke is high margin sale good for tourists. I don't think so. I don't think anybody's going like destination shopping for Poke. No, because I don't spend a lot of time in Hawaii. It's awful. The only time I've been there, it was full of prostitutes. I don't like ceviche either. I don't want any cubed raw fish. You should have hired so many. What part of Hawaii is that? Honolulu? Those are the Hawaiian Dans. Prostitutes and Poke is my food truck in Honolulu. I assume that people who have never left the Midwest going on an exotic vacation to Hawaii, you mean one of the other U.S. states, would think poke is high end. It's just bad sushi. Is the 3540 put wall 0 GTE? Yep. Tesla about to lose 189. Cool. You don't need to update me on every dollar and price change. Oh, it's disgusting. Your sushi should not be covered in sauce, Jason. Stop buying your sushi at the Come and Go. Or are you talking about poke? Yeah, poke is disgusting. It is like, it's like gas station sushi cubed and chucked in a bowl. I don't care about the cultural importance of poke. It wasn't even like a dish until the 70s. Yeah, fish scraps in a bowl and modern poke are not the same thing. Well, actually, you know what? I take that back. Are people actually offended about Gherk talking bad about poke? Surface Smurf is, because he's from Hawaii and he's a dick. It's cultural appropriation and racism to not like parasites mixed in mayonnaise. Okay, but plate lunch is phenomenal. You shut your fucking mouth. I don't get why anybody's surprised when Gherk doesn't express contempt for a food that's not Michelin star content. I like lots of shitty food, just not that shitty food. I love plate lunch and good poke. I'm just here for the chaos. Good poke is just objectively worse than sushi or sashimi. You hate prime rib, you communist fuck. That's because it's just a giant chunk of boiled meat with no flavor. Okay? It's bland. It's bland. Everything that's served with it is bland. You have to add horseradish to give it flavor. It is. It's cooked in its own juice. I'm not offended, but I am a dick. Also, don't hate me, Papa. I think we've moved beyond that, Surface Smurf. But it's okay. We can coexist. Wait, we've already been over this. I don't like potatoes. I'm not eating the wrong prime rib. I've had all of the best prime ribs. They suck. They're just worse than steak. It's super overrated. Listen, the British don't make good food, okay? Can you point on the doll where the prime rib touched you? It didn't. That's the problem. Just gave me blue balls. Yeah, it's soggy steak. Prime rib ruins a perfectly good ribeye. Exactly. Soggy steak was the name of my emo band back in high school. You know what other cut is extremely overrated? Filet. Says the guy who's clearly never had a Chateaubriand. I feel like it's not actually British. It's British enough. It's served with a fucking Yorkshire pudding. Which, if you guys didn't know this, is just flour dropped in oil. They're amazing. But that's not the point. It's like a flash fried pancake. What is beyond hate? Loathing. Greg's comments are going to single handedly drop the pound. For being as pretentious as they are, the British have very few good foods. Accurate. I'm going to send you a 10-gallon bucket of blood pudding, prime rib pho, with a side of tofu Yorkshire pudding. Gross. And I'll throw it in the trash. Beef Wellington? Yeah, the British are okay at sticking meat in bread. The fuck is a shooter sandwich? I don't think I would eat ortolan. It's it's got all its stuff still inside it. It's a fancy hot pocket. What about chipped beef on a souffle? What are we in prison? The ads are annoying. Yeah. Well, Google needs to make money. All right, they're falling behind. Bangers and mash? You mean sausage stuck in a pile of potatoes? It's very high class. Imagine trying to make money off the stock market, but not putting in the effort to get an ad block. Have you tried 37-day age prime rib, the proper sear and seasoning? The dry age takes away the soggy and gives it flavor. I've had aged prime rib. I don't know if it was exactly 37 days. It's still worse than a steak. It's still infinitely worse than like an okay ribeye on a grill. Welsh rarebit? You mean toast with cheese? Haggis is I can't do it. Can't do haggis. Full English breakfast? That I can handle. That's pretty good. I still don't understand the purpose of the slice of tomato, but the rest of it not bad. And who would have thought baked beans with breakfast? I've had some fire prime ribs in my day. That's okay. Not everybody has a very developed palate. My favorite thing is like the American version of Irish food, which is just American food. Yeah, I lived in the UK for a while. I was born in the fish and chips. I mean, the chippy's pretty dope, but eating fucking fried food every day is the worst. You talking shit on meat soaked in warm juice now? Yeah. Were you a picky eater as a child? Yeah. I mean, I wasn't allowed to be, but I was. Is Peter Luger worth it? Not for the last like 15 years. Yeah, I wouldn't go there. Go to like Old Homestead or something if you're in the city. There's much better steakhouses. Peter Luger's kind of just become touristy. I'm sure at one point in time it was really good, but it isn't anymore. It's definitely not worth the price. The UK has the best Indian food in the world. That's because they brought two amazing things together: Indian cuisine and ingredients. No, I lived in England in the 90s. I need a 10 bagger and pickles picks, and I could have upgraded to a proper stake. NVIDIA 0 DTs at open last Friday. I thought you were going to say Indian cuisine and unstable currency. No. Mine was far more offensive. Brazilian barbecue could be added to Portugal. Interesting. You guys and your dainty meats. Give me a lump of spam on a piece of rye on a good day. Otherwise, I'll munch it with molding bread. Whereabouts you live in England? In London. Specifically Westminster. Well, that section of the city. I lived off like right off Baker Street. Nah, I was like a few blocks from the Abbey. I did live next to a church, but it wasn't Westminster Abbey. No, it was in London. Ooh, very posh. I don't think it was that posh back then. It's definitely a lot more posh now. He lived on Glentworth Street, NW1. Wait, hold on. Is that right? No, that's not right. Oh, maybe it is. I lived on the corner of Glentworth and Ivor. How did you remember that? That's disturbing. Yeah, but you must have like written that down, right? I haven't talked about this in like over a year. I lived in that area too. Oh, okay. Beyond doing exactly what you said it would. Going, yeah, I know. Just trying to hack your bank security codes. I think I'll be okay. Two Mother's Days ago, you flew your mom private jet. No, I flew in a private jet to visit my mom. That was awesome. Did you post the Greeks on Beyond? I don't see them. No. Maybe I did. I don't know. Probably not. Currently another Chinese real estate going bust. Vanka? DN is at 1020. Ooh, Nvidia's pushing 860. Maybe I could just hit 900 today and keep the market propped up forever. I should have just bought a call instead of opening butterflies at open and then immediately selling them. Gherk has a stalker. My out of the money Tesla put is about to be in the money. Congratulations. I'd say well played, but we both know it wasn't, right? Bill Ackman just called me. He said heaven is coming. What? Wait, I don't think now. Isn't he Jewish? Do you think no labs can do something in the future? Jewish heaven is awesome. They have space lasers. I don't think they have heaven. Like in the same, well, not in the same context that like like not like Christian heaven. I think they have like heaven, like kind of where God dwells, maybe. Win Gur squeeze. Is that a sex thing? What about Costco? Costco's up. Yeah, but I don't think you like go to heaven if you're Jewish. Like I think like heaven's more of like an allegory. You have a single Jew in here to verify. Depends which sect of Judaism you follow. Like most of them, it's like focused on like what you do in life, right? I sent you my menorah. Please respond. This price action is exhilarating. No, it's not. This is the fucking worst. QQQ isn't even doing anything now. Iron Condors are loving this. Yeah, that's about the best possible outcome here. What's actually holding SPX up? Some banks and Nvidia. Calls are expensive right now. Yeah, Vol's still pretty high, actually. I'm hoping to get an entry under 850, although that might not happen. They have calls buried all the way down to like 750, I think. QQ Morgan. Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. I made you out of clay. Can Tesla fall to 180 now? Yeah. Yeah, Tesla's selling off hard as fuck today. It's kind of awesome. Where would you like your spirit to go after you pass on, Gherkin? Probably something gnarly like haunting the NYSE. No, I've already promised Carl that I would haunt him for the rest of his life, and every time he gets a Poseidon's kiss, I'd give him a wet willy, and he wouldn't know where the water came from. It would eventually break him, both physically and psychologically. Break him? He'll love it. Shh. This is BlackRock and Vanguard pulling back Lent shares. There's a lot of shitty stocks that are getting really squeezy. And there's a lot of short vol getting pulled back on the chain. So, you know, do with that what you will. Does this Tesla dump have anything to do with TSLQ being on Reg Show? It's a distinct possibility.
Your analysis is spot on. Beyond the $8 range, worth getting some exposure, or would you wait a little longer? I think I'm gonna wait a little longer on it. That might be greedy on my part. I should probably be DCAing into something, but I'd like to start DCAing below 850 if possible. I think there's still some liquidity to short with. God forbid, if I ever die, I'm gonna haunt Avis Bumhole, click his mouse, and switch buy to sell or vice versa whenever he tries to make a trade. Okay. If we break the put wall at 40, do we test 55? Not necessarily. Hmm. Is it just a double top? Hold on. No, it is on futures, but it's not on here. Odd. Friday. I guess it is. Hmm. So, okay. So if this falls back under here, that's kind of bearish. Who the fuck is texting me? Jesus Christ. During last night's stream, you joked about Tesla running because the bear Tesla ETF was on Reg Show. Just shows how crazy this market can be. I mean, when it comes off Reg Show, it'll probably cause Tesla to run. People are sending Gherk deposits for a haunting via Zelle. Just a thanks, so thanks. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, HA. What's up, Girthy Gherk? We loading up on Vega plays and Pretty Toots? No? I don't know. Are you? Literally only semis holding this up. Yeah. Healthy. Yeah, I know. Well, finance a little bit. talk of a second chips bill? Because the first one wasn't enough? We're playing SSP near the money with a lot of success lately. Thanks. No problem. Yeah, I still think this can fail. Bulls have worked pretty hard to keep it from doing that, but the bearish positioning is still in place. Which may just mean we trade flat, right? But I mean, I think there's some potential that we get a little bit of downside momentum before the end of the day. I don't personally need a lot of it. I'd be okay with just like a $10 drop. Just haven't had that yet. Well, not where I wanted at least. If Beyond squeezes to $100, would you go vegetarian for a year? Only if I knew for certain that going vegetarian for a year would cause it to squeeze to $100, and then I could massively over leverage it. I could go meatless for a year. I don't think that's that hard. As long as it's not vegan. I wouldn't go vegan. Fuck that. Nvidia's still undervalued. Very. What's beyond 5140? Some calls. Yeah, they pay like, I think it's like 5.1% unsettled cash. At least you wouldn't have to eat poke. Am I right? That's true. Yeah. You are right. $30 too much theta for NVIDIA 1000. I think there's like a decent chance that NVIDIA hits 900 in the next couple of days if this keeps up. Is it now the goal to pump the market through NVIDIA instead of SPX options? It's definitely keeping the market from falling substantially. NVIDIA has a dividend tomorrow. Could the reason it's running be lenders recalling their shares? Possibly. Or shorts closing. Did I get shadow banned? No, you did not, Jeff G. I think the important thing to remember here, Evans, is that it was a $2 trillion company this morning. Isn't the divvy for NVIDIA like 25 cents? Yep. I don't even think it's that much. Isn't it? What is it? It's like 0.02%. I guess it's a little more than 4 cents now, right? I don't know when the X date was, but X dates tomorrow. Nvidia's dividend is less than the bid asks for the stock. Yeah, actually. It's okay. If Nvidia pulls back to 850 today, the SPX and NQ are going to crater. GME kind of looking bullish on the hourly. Is it though? I don't know. I don't I don't think so. It's kind of massively underperforming everything. Also, no reg show on XRT yet. Which makes me think that even if it does run a little bit, it'll just get hammered back down again. Can a company worth 2 trillion even be a meme at this point? I mean, it's still like squeezing though, right? A lot of the reason Nvidia keeps squeezing up and squeezing up like this is because of all of like the short call ETFs on it. What if RC invested all of GME's money in Nvidia and the next day Taiwan gets invaded? I don't know. RC is pretty libertarian. He probably thinks AI is a way to like fleece some of his valuable data, like his valuable personal data. Go long a stock. Make sure call ETF for said stock. Charge management fees. Unlimited profit. We're going down and break out the bear song. I'm not breaking out the bear song for this. We're still at 5136. Hmm. Google breaking down more? Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ. Apple's getting murdered. That's so peculiar on Apple. Like, why? They have no growth prospects? $1.8 billion fine this morning? It's not. I mean, in the scheme of things, it's not a lot of money. No, no one cares that Apple pulled out of cars. They've got no innovation multiplier. They're selling Apple to buy Nvidia. They are. Make AI Steve Jobs. That's what they're working on right now, so they can get another idea. Like like the genius move of combining a phone and an MP3 player. It's all those cancer curing smoothies. Oh, the amount of effort put into this. I don't even understand what the goal is here. Like, they've sold off most of their in the money calls, or their out of the money calls. Like, almost all the 55s have already sold off. A bunch of the 45 and 50s sold off. Someone's selling a bunch of calls here. Holy shit. Someone just dumped like 350,000 delta. Let's go. Plop it. Kathy would announce she's going long. That's why Apple's down. Yeah, but it's not at $0. So that can't be true. If indexes start falling, does that cause Nvidia to be sold? Yes. Minimize loss on a sold 5160p sold Friday. Ah, shit. You could buy the in the money put. Like, you'd have to go pretty deep in the money. 5180? 5? You could buy an out of the money put, hope it drops enough to cover your loss. You don't have a spread on it? It's just a naked put? Why the fuck would you sell a 50? No, I don't want to know. Why would you sell a 5160? You sold an in the money put? You're not JP Morgan. Would you play grab ass with a girl whose nickname is Mudbutt? How does one get that nickname? Earnings today after close. I'm looking at getting $60 CSPs for Friday. You better fucking hope they don't miss on earnings. Oh, I mean, that's why they're trying to pump the SPX. Oh, well, those puts are fucked. Those are like above Gamma Max. There's no way we're getting up there today. But if they're selling those, there's no way they were selling them without theta. The dump on SPX is massive. It was a lot of delta for such a tiny move. No, it's not his put. He's saying that they sold puts at 5160, which isn't untrue, but it's not a ton of them. It doesn't seem worth all this. This seems moderately bearish. I mean, yeah, a little bit. But in like the most awful, boring way. We're getting close to the XPX just pinching one off. Like, if you think of the entire trading day as just the constant tightening of the SPX's sphincter, then we're reaching a breaking point. Down or up? Down. Why would it? How do you pinch one off upwards? You're skydiving. I guess it would depend on wind resistance. Naked skydiving? You have no idea how relevant this is to so many of us currently on the toilet. Not true. Australians pinch one off upwards. Australia is not real. Look at them short vol so hard. Yeah, that's a really smart thing to do when the market's selling off above VN. Sell the MM more line puts. How long can this VN GN flat situation last? Weeks? Still think 41.25 is possible. I do. It feels stupid to think that, but I do. I'm watching these silly stocks, expecting them to do something, and I feel like I got a pet rock and painted it, thinking because I painted it, it will somehow come to life. You just need to paint it harder, alright? I like how Elon gave you your own subheading in the menu on Twitter. I know. It was pretty cool of him. There's no saying where a crash could go. Although, I feel like if we crashed right now, with leverage where it is, we would crash far beyond anything reasonable. Are you bullish long term on the SPY? I'm not, no. AKA, we're not crashing here. I mean, technically, this is the time in which a crash has its highest probability. Just remember that that probability is still sub 1%. Bearish on American hegemony? That's not true. Because if we die, so does everyone else. Imagine their economies without the dollar. What a joke. Also, they have all our debt. If my puts I bought this morning print, I'll be so happy. I'll just be really happy if my puts that I bought last Friday print. The calls did, but the puts just, they're not doing anything. I even averaged them down. I'd still like to see another several dollars of downside here. Ooh. I forgot I had these. Yes, more down. Let's do it. Look at the video falling back to prices not seen since an hour ago. Oh, we better fucking not find support here. I'm gonna put some holes in it. It's okay. Momentum's actually pretty good on this. So if we can keep it up. OPEC says March 15th. Can you explain why you're bearish on SPY? Well, specifically SPY or the macro environment. I'm pretty bearish on the economy. I think labor's run far too hot for far too long. Inflation is nowhere near the Fed's target. Most of our banking system is deeply underwater on hold to maturity securities that they bought at the height of the free money era following the pandemic. Many of those bags have yet to be shed. Inflation's currently on the rise because we're experiencing supply shock due to increased shipping costs in the Red Sea. I don't think the Fed's going to cut rates, which means interest rates are going to persist and they're going to move higher, which is going to tighten financial conditions. And I think AI is a bubble and has no practical use. At least not for the next 5 to 10 years. The banking system is strong and resilient. Well, as long as the 10 years under 4% it is. Yeah, commercial real estate too. Although I'm actually less worried about commercial real estate than a lot of other things. I think the carry trade's far more impactful. Yeah, but other than that, though. Was this a doo-doo or pre-doo-doo nugget? We're gonna find out. Like pre-doo-doo nugget? Like just the start of the doo-dooing? Yeah, there's plenty of room to drop after we retest the trend here. I just bought some AMKBY at 7. Well, just under 7. Here's my question. Why are you buying AMKBY? Why is gold going up this week? Probably currency fears surrounding U.S. labor market. If we still have a hot labor market after all of the layoffs in January, the dollar is going to go up more, and that's gonna put a lot of pressure on BOJ and PBOC that have been trying to float their currency stabilization against the dollar and FX markets. If there's a big breakout on the dollar, it's definitely going to hurt the yuan and the yen a lot. Central banks have been longing gold for a few months now. Probably similarly in response to those same currency fears. That's what central banks tend to use to hedge currencies or currency risk is gold. Roth IRA, decent divvy. The divvy's not that good, actually. The divvy fluctuates year to year. When it's when they're growing, the divvy's great. When they're not, it's awful. And it's also a yearly dividend, which doesn't. It's not a very good payout frequency. Like I just sold 75% of my holdings on the most recent run. So you probably want to have a little bit better reason to buy it than just because I own it or you think the divvy is good, because it's not. I did buy more, but I have reasons for buying it that I understand, right? Like it's buying it just because I'm buying it is not a valid thesis. You should never do that. You should understand why it's being bought. And I haven't written any DD on Maersk, and I don't intend to either, because I think it's a risky position. And I think if you don't understand the risks involved with buying it, you should stay away from it. You have 6 4250Ps. Okay, if you're bored, can you do a quick scan of VKTX? Yeah, sure. I like them. The obesity meds sound promising. Ooh, I don't like pharmaceuticals generally. I'd like to enter cheaper if possible. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna be able to judge this on their financials because it's like pipeline pharma. So, I mean, I want to say you missed the boat because the promising results of their trial look like they've priced in the valuation of the drug. um, but I get maybe when the excitement calms down, you might be able to get it cheaper. Well, we did pinch one off. And then we'll see what happens with this. There's a lot of talk of cheaper alternatives to Novo Nordisk meds and potential buyout offers, though. Yeah, but I mean, you have to figure out how much of that is priced in already, and you have no like fundamentals to base it off of, right? This is why I don't like pharma. It's a lot of just hype. It's like a lot of hype and speculation without a lot of like actual value. Don't listen to Gherkin about pharma. Last time I asked, he gave me a similar answer. I hodled. They went under, and I lost everything. Even though you're bearish, do you think the bubble's going to burst? Eventually. There's no telling how long it could go on for. But I mean, if there's any kind of credit event or major change in the macro landscape, then the equities bubbles won't matter, right? The entirety of the equities market is tiny when you compare it to bonds or um, derivatives, right? So it's just, I mean, it doesn't matter how bullish the equity market is if there's like a liquidity event in treasuries, for instance, right? I bought puts on pharma once. You could have closed them when they were up, Thunder. Dropping to 30 and then close at 35. Possible. I think there's still a little room. Remember that Irish abortion pill that Stefan went on about that went to zero and he was all confused? That was fun. I vaguely, yeah, I do. Also, his 23andMe long was pretty funny. But you learn a lot more from losing than you do winning. Is it because the scale of bonds, treasuries, derivatives are just that much more important than actual equity or equities? Not equity. Or the size of the positioning just dwarfs equities to be inconsequential. The size of the bond and derivatives market is like 10 to 50x the size of the equities market. So it just, yeah, I mean, it's the equities are tiny in comparison. I think that just the US bond market is something like 51 trillion ish. It's like 50 to 60 trillion, somewhere in there. And like 20, well, actually, now it's probably like 30 something trillion of that is US treasuries. Why is Bitcoin running? Probably because hedge funds are buying it as an inflation hedge. And then if inflation rises, they'll dump all their bags on retailers. Nothing like getting ahead of retail on a bull run. Off topic, but why don't they make movies like Airplane, Naked Gun, Genre Dangerously, etc. anymore? I don't know. I don't think they had a lot of mass appeal, so they were probably hard to sell. And nowadays, Hollywood won't make anything that doesn't have like a proven track record of having a high draw at the box office. That's why everything's a sequel, right? They don't want to take any risk funding movies that are maybe not going to be wildly popular. Not Disney related. I said off topic. I mean, Disney is just an example. But all of the major film studios are doing the same thing, right? The secondary market for movie revenue has shrunk. No more DVDs are selling to TBS. Only streaming, which has bad reimbursement. Yep. Poopy Pants is trying to give me flack. Oh, don't listen to him. I think solid comedy they found audiences for a change. Like Will Ferrell dominating the 2000s, but maybe parody is due for a comeback. Sony never recovered from getting hacked that time. How far down was the range you set for beyond entry? 750. That play's been getting beaten up. That's because China's economy is still in the fucking toilet. I have some leaps on it that sporadically move $5 at a time. God, this is fucking boring. Futures is kind of making a head and shoulders. Not a lot of volume on the bounce, which is probably relevant. Mm. 39, 140. I don't know if we're gonna break anywhere. I mean, not substantially. All of this still kind of just looks like more $5 chop. We started to get some downside momentum. It'd be cool if we got a continuation of that, since we haven't reversed yet, but we may not. Tesla reversal? No, I think so. At least not on any time frame that matters. Support. A little bit of support, not even confirmed. I highly doubt Lumen would have a gamma neutral. Or at least not like a real one. Yeah, there's not enough strikes. Just pick the middle of the chain. It's about as close as you're gonna get. What if trading your Bitcoin goes to zero before you can sell it? That seems highly unlikely. I don't know if you've talked about this, but would you buy Snow? I owned it a really long time ago. No, I don't think so. QQQ looks sad. Dow's bouncing super flat. However QQQ goes, so will SPX, methinks. Probably, yeah. Just, it sounds like a GME MOASS question. What do you think is going to happen to Carvana price action? I think it's going to kind of slump over the next few days and start grinding down a bit on volatility shorting. It's already getting like quite a lot of volatility shorting today, but more. It'll need more, and the rest of the calls will need to start taking profits. But the longer it trades slot, the more those calls will take profits. The more short calls will build up. How about snow on Friday? I haven't had much sleep since. You guys should really not buy shit Wall Street Bets buys. You guys think they're making money, but in actuality, 90%, or probably even like 99% of their gain loss porn is just Photoshop. There's so many, like, I can't tell you the number of like Wall Street Bets, like gain porn posts where I've like gone back and look at the time and sales and like their fucking position doesn't even exist. Or they're like they've miscalculated the options pricing, and so they're showing like a price that's not real. Like they bought the option at a price that it never traded at, and they sold it at a price it never traded at. No way, that's messed up. But you're saying people post fake things on the internet for e-points? Yep, all the time. You can't lie on the internet. I forgot about that rule. What's up, Trash? Good morning. You think of playing this super high IV on GitLab? No, not really. The market maker's pricing in quite a large move. And I wouldn't be surprised if, in the current conditions, it sees a really large move. Thoughts on entry here for BNAD? I wouldn't get a lot of exposure to it. It's very risky. But, I don't know. Earnings is coming up. It's not a terrible price. It's kind of right in the middle of the range that it's been trading in recently. Ugh. So the guy who originally ran Texas Roadhouse died, but he the old management was far better. They've had a lot of issues since he passed away. They're very busy. Yeah, they do well, but their margins haven't been quite what they were. Costs are a little higher, right? And so it's hard to keep their price points. It's weighed on them a bit over time. GME is actually breaking out of a long-term downtrend going back to 2021. People have literally said that on every uptick of GME for the last 3 years. We have 2 Texas Roadhouses there, man. They both seem to employ 5 to 10 17-year-olds to stand at the counter and greet people. Short it. The Dorito is finally resolving. I swear this time. I'm sure it will. Boring. Alright, QQQ back to VWAP. That's a reversal, right? Interesting. Bulls pushing to go anywhere or just defend the drop? It seems mostly like they're just trying to defend the drop. I'm sure they like 5150. They're still out of the money calls, and there's some sold puts at 60, although not many of them left anymore. However, I really don't know how successful that's going to be. The put walls at 35 and 40 are still just sitting there. So, I mean, I would say the top of the current range to the upside is still just 40. Some of the put interest to the downside's a little bit weaker. Like 5115 doesn't have as much interest as it did, but there's still plenty of puts at 5130, 25. I feel like if they wanted to hit 50 though, and like clear out all the call side, it would be easier to let it drop and then just ride the put capitulation up and pump it. Like you'd get a lot more bullish momentum that way. You could even probably squeeze out like the 35-40 puts. Is it a good time for 25 cc's on UGI with the dividend coming up? XDiv's 314, so I was thinking of selling 315 or even out to April if you can find any liquidity. I don't know if the dividend's gonna really slam the price that much, but I guess it could. I'd be careful though. Nat gas has been climbing pretty quickly lately. What are your thoughts on Bogle investing strategy? Like John Bogle? Um, they're good in a high. It's good in a high interest rate environment. You're not gonna. I mean, your port's not gonna move very quick, but I don't know. I guess it would depend on how much capital you have to allocate up front. It can be perfectly fine as like a retirement strategy. It's pretty low risk, but it does not perform as well when interest rates are lower. Is it a good time for 25 cc's on EGI? Most boring day ever. It really is just the worst. Ooh. Spot VIX, cash VIX correlations dropped under negative 40% for the first time in 6 weeks. No, longer. 7, 8, 9? 9 weeks. That's not allowed. Where's Todd? Man, yields tightened up a lot today. There's so much vol shorting. Jesus Christ. Ooh, how's BTU doing today? Nice. God, I love that stock. I had a meeting today with a big shot CEO where I got to sound smart to everybody by him, by saying things like convertible bonds and preferred shareholders. Nice, Dork. Did you wear the bow tie? Do you play any games? Not really. I mean, this one all day, but other than that, no, not very often. I used to. I don't really have time anymore. I don't feel like I'm missing anything though. Most of the games that have been made in the last like 5 years have just been shit anyway. So it's. I wear a top hat and a monocle. Okay. Top hat, monocle, t-shirt, no pants, green socks. No, I haven't been playing TFT. If you ever want a job where you just do nothing, get into consulting, dork. Add a condom on just in case. Classy. The top hat's on his little cashew. Do you think the State of the Union can move markets at all? When is that? Is that today? $75 counterparty 43.9 billion at the reverse repo. He wrote a penny farthing into the meeting room for dramatic impact. What happened 9 weeks ago? They started shorting the fuck out of volatility. I mean, really, they started more than 9 weeks ago. From like October 30th all the way through Jan 29th. We saw a constant negative correlation building between cash VIX and VIX futures. That stayed pretty flat all the way through like the week ending Feb 12, and then since Feb OPEX, we've been in a pretty steady. We've seen positive correlation steadily increasing. What's a penny farthing? It's one of those. I think it's like one of those bikes with the giant wheels on the front, like this thing. And then they've got like a little seat up here, and like a little wheel back here. It's much funnier now. I think that's right. I might be wrong. Hmm. Expensive switches make life way better. Segmenting and routing traffic are important. I'm not sure how much AI would help with that, though. I don't know. Is momentum still bearish? Actually, yeah. But it's it's not very strong bearish momentum. I wish it was stronger. I'll say that much. It's actually what's interesting is that it's starting to get bearish on like longer time frames, which may mean that we see more of a pullback this week still. I wonder what the effect of like neutral positioning going into the Powell testimonies will be starting on Wednesday. Because everyone's going to want to buy a bunch of puts to hedge him saying anything off the cuff. Oh, okay. I'm not a fan of expanded presidential executive orders, but that said, maybe instead of saying, guys, please quit shrinkflating all the groceries, he could just nationalize Kroger and Albertsons. And Walmart. All three of them. Fuck private industry. What does JV mean in the Fubo channel? Joint venture. $45 today, $15 tomorrow would be just fine by me. But zero DTs don't find that more interesting, to be honest. Well, some of that longer time frame bearish momentum could be felt before the end of today. So your zero DTEs might care. That's communism. I know. I wonder if the market's going to move up another 400 bips from Wednesday through Friday after 2 days of eye-wateringly flat price action. Gee, I wonder. Here's the thing, though. We're not having eye-wateringly flat price action below VN, which means that with all the vol shorting going on, VN's probably going to be lower at the end of today, right? So they're not letting the price like stagnate in a range where the upper mechanical resistance is moving away from spot. If anything, they're actually like forcing VN to just sit here. Yeah. Think about it. Now, that could be intentional, but it's probably just idiocy, right? I assume it's idiocy because they're still buying 51.55 calls, which are never going in the money. I pay you to think about it, so I don't have to. I don't know. I kind of like our communist schools and fire departments. You mean volunteer firefighters? Who does that? Who goes out and volunteers to fight fires? Arsonists? Or just people with like arson tendencies? To tell chicks you're a firefighter, but you're a volunteer firefighter. They just like to gather every Wednesday night, drink, and play cards. I see. They like wearing the pagers around to high school sporting events. Real answer is folks who want to be a firefighter but have a family or something that they don't want to be away from 4 full days out of the week. Okay. I have a hard time grasping volunteering in the first place, but I'll take your word for it. Okay, Greg, I can take being down an entire port today after being down an entire port on Friday, but I cannot take you laughing at my pager. Wait, so you quit your job, but you're still a volunteer firefighter? Can you kick your friends at Coinbase and tell them to give me 2.5x short leverage? This is ridiculous. No, just gaff. Just have more money. Go short Bitcoin futures. Just kidding. I would never volunteer to be a firefighter. Oh, thank God. That's right, John. That's what differentiates the volunteering. Stolen volunteer valor. SMCI 1600 March 8 calls are down 40% over the last 3 to 4 hours. Yep. Then you can use your firefighter gear to make side cash as a male strippy. Okay. So it's just for the stripper experience. I guess that's a great place to pick up pole work. I'm still laughing at you, laughing at the idea of me being jobless, but spending my time volunteering for the off chance there's a fire in one of the 7 buildings in my hometown. There was a fire in like the building down the block from me at my old apartment, and I just like went and watched. I had no urge to put it out or go inside it, you know. I was just like, oh, look at that. Building's on fire. That's crazy. I have you on speaker. Don't say anything weird. Secret penis. Y'all New Yorkers are wild. I feel like everything I just said is the opposite of wild. And I'm fired. End of day pumpies incoming. Uh whatever, man. I didn't start the fire. Don't anybody follow up on that. I was just checking in, Greg. My Google puts prompted mucho, and I'm using the alpha to start a well-capitalized futures port. Do pigeon whales get after hours futures Gork where he turns his hat backwards? That's the best idea anybody's ever had for this channel. You guys want to trade after hours feats? You think this is fucking boring? We can just trade international macro on FX. There's still puts above us, too. Pigeonwheel should be able to block Pyrex 77's tag from YouTube. Since we're doing little else, can you hit us with a little what mean being over Vega neutral? Well, it means that the market maker is no longer short Vega, but long it. Second channel, second paid membership tier, up all night with Gherkin. I couldn't deal with the demand. Yeah, Nvidia just doesn't stop going up. Maybe 75 is finally resistance, although somehow I doubt it. What does it say about the overall market that Nvidia has piled into today for like 6% merely because the capital from Apple and Tesla needed to go somewhere? I think it tells you everything you need to know about the current state of the market. It's regarded. See what over VN really means, Gherk. It means pickle jar by 0 DTE puts and praise. I mean, in my defense, this was a debit spread. I just closed the short put when the price was higher. Unfortunately, the long puts have never printed. Gert can barely make the morning stream on time. Yeah, but that's because I've been up all night trading futures. Hear me out. Start a Palm Pickle reading service where you just insult the caller at $70 a minute. Well, I'll insult you for free, Surface Smurf, if you want. It's like you're saying there's not actually infinite market liquidity. I mean, everything has a limit. I swung 865 900 bull spread from the last micro pullback at 68 to 74. Thinking the same thing about the 75 resistance. It really just depends where the ETFs start dumping. I think the only thing that ends NVIDIA runs is when ETFs start dumping in sold calls. And that seems to be at like the 25 strikes. I don't even know what Wi-Fi 7 is. Dibs. I have 2 GT at the money straddle on QQQ set. See you tomorrow, nerds. Nice, man. Later. The hate is a form of love, Gurk. We get it. Sometimes. Sometimes it's just a form of hate. You'll never know which. McBoyle's rule. Do you have any gray hair? I had one the other day. Well, by the other day, I mean like 2 weeks ago. It was in my beard. I just got rid of it. I was like, I'm not ready for you yet. Thanks, Odoristan. How does your SO feel about it? 5135 is going to be in my nightmares tonight. There's still an hour and a half left. You could say you and I have a secret relationship. Ooh, naughty. Which beard? The one on my face, man. Which one do you think I'm talking about? I would have just said pubes if it was down there. I wouldn't have called that a beard. Thanks, Pin Flaps. See you tomorrow, man. Ugh. I didn't take a trade today, and it feels good. I took a few. They were all pretty decent. Well, everything was decent except the short puts or long puts. Dickbeard Capital would be a great hedge fund. I don't have a girlfriend. No, that's not the way it works, Surface Smurf. Jesus Christ. I know what a beard is, Trash Dan. But isn't that usually like, well, I guess it could be a girlfriend. I feel like it's usually like something more committed, like a wife. A wife and 2 children. Don't call me by my full name. It makes me feel like I'm in trouble. And that's a okay. Anyone else doing $2 calls on Fubo, or should we expect to go a bit lower? It seems to have stabilized pretty well. Who the fuck keeps buying at 35? Who's like, this is the entry? I hate these dipshits. I mean, yeah, I've been so naughty. What if I were to call you Trash Daniel? Clip it. Tristan Daniels is my canonical real name. Who buys at 35? Also, who stopped the drop at 30? I wanted and still want to see 25 before close. Well, thankfully, we have another hour and a half of trading sideways at 135 where you can continue to hope that that'll be a thing. Do you guys want to hear a funny one-word joke? Trash Danathan? It'd be kind of interesting if NVIDIA would just go back to 850 here. What even is this shit? That was the entry. If you look closely at the BNet chart, you can see where Gherk sold $1 covered calls. Well, you can't. Dickbeard Capital LLC now seeking investments. 500K minimum buy-in for a limited time. Hmm. Is there a 3x leverage version of SPX SPY? Yeah, SPXL and SPXS. Have you ever looked at Big Lots? I've seen it. Oh, this is it. It's the bull dream. Huh, that's weird. The entire move happened on, like, no volume. Okay, there's a little bit of volume. Is it just gonna collapse now? Hmm. That's very interesting. Hmm. Oh shit. QQQ is pumping so hard. What's going on? I have no idea. I don't think there was any news or anything. All the calls on the chain just went in the money all at once, and vol spiked a bunch. Well, Apple vertical. I don't know about Tesla. Amazon didn't really do anything. Hmm. Seems to just be Apple, too. Thomas Butterfly in shambles. Yeah, but let's be honest, AJ. If you'd gone full bull today, you'd only be up $5. Hmm. Moving from 1 minute to 5 minute chart has made so much less likely to panic sell and get stopped out. Nice. I'm gonna sell some fucking calls here. Gamma max on the weekly is at 5165. Vega neutral is at 5156. Hmm. They're gonna crash down? I don't know. Kind of starting to fail the test. But you think we got up this far, we could at least test 5150 first. Is that pump just a bunch of puts getting blown up, or sold calls pulling back? Look like sold calls pulled back. Or at least at the top of it, it looked like sold calls pulled back. Hmm. Dollar and bonds are still moving up. Gold's up 1%. Oil's down again, too. Hmm. The fuck? That's a lot of vol selling. Ooh. Shit gets so weird up here. I love it. I want them to slam this into VN and see what happens next. I kind of do too. It's fun watching short vol funds get butt blasted and respond by levering up to the bejesus. This is the world we live in now. 51.48. Hmm. Hmm. That was a weird reaction. So I said 5150 futures. Just one futures candle up 20 bips. No profit taking. Not yet. So, well, there's some, but there's a lot of buying at the 5150. $253. Somehow this is still entirely just Apple. So Apple dropped all day and the market stayed flat. And then Apple recovers some of its intraday drop and the market rockets up. I don't know if we're ready to come down yet. Going for GM? No. But like 50-55. Well, at least that's what's being bought right now, is 50-55. What do Fed Fund futures look like right now? 0.735. That's like a big drop from Friday. Interesting. I don't know. Expect as soon as the call buying stops. No test to 5150? Not yet. They could still get it. Did you take the Hewlett Packard position discussed on stream? Would be up. No. Jesus Christ. They're up 10% today. Oh, they had earnings this morning. Or no, earnings Friday? Earnings Friday. Thursday. Interesting. Yeah, that moved up really hard today. I'm not surprised, but I'm kind of surprised by how much it moved up. More AI hype? Yeah. Futures tested 51.57. Got rejected a little bit, but not very much. Oh, it's almost power hour. So I get it above the supportive calls, and then you have charm. 51.50. We're losing 45, and then 35 and 30 took profits already. Yeah, if bulls keep selling off, they're going to rug themselves. What happens to the market maker at 51.56? They go long Vega on the entirety of the SPX chain. Which probably means a significant readjustment in their delta hedge. Would DN rise? I think so. Yeah, that would probably see DN move up. Will they actually do that though? What do you mean? Will the MM stay? I mean, yeah, the MM will. I don't know if we're gonna. I don't think we're gonna test 50. I mean, in the history of us watching this through all the volatility in 2023 and all of that, we've never seen SPX test its monthly Vega neutral before. It's come close, but it's never tested it. It's once the MM starts going long Vega, then the MM goes longer Vega, right? The puts that have been sold to the MM start to go in the money. Is this the closest we've ever been to Gamma Max? No, we've been a little bit closer, but Vega neutral was above Gamma Max when that happened. We've almost tested GM on the monthly before. Not quite tested it. We've always been just like a little bit shy, but we've come fairly close to it. We've never tested Vega neutral. We've never even really been very close to Vega neutral. So this is, I mean, at least over the last couple of years, this is kind of an anomaly. Hmm. So 45 and 40 are supportive here. They matter quite a bit. Tesla's dropped about $6. What are your thoughts on BYD and the Neo BYD battle? I mean, BYD has some compelling products. They're pretty cheap, right? And I think that's a lot of the draw for BYD is they sell just really cheap cars. I know they're picking up some popularity in Europe. What's the urgency to get these calls in the money? I mean, they expire today. What are the chances we close below 51.38? Like exact odds? I have no idea. It really depends what people buy from here on out or keep buying. They're probably selling at a loss. Maybe. Or they just make really shitty cars. Either way, they're pumping out huge numbers. They crushed Tesla in the Chinese market last quarter. Well, they can't sell in the US, which is kind of a problem for them. Ooh. So now Tesla's dumping, market staying up. I'm seeing their factories running. They're pumping and dumping internationally. And whatever gets them the market share, right? They make more money off of like the aftermarket parts than they do on the sale of the cars. So as long as you can create like a strong market for your cars, then you can continue to make money off the parts for years, right? This thing should be at 5,100. Eh, should be somewhere. Call positioning starting to break down a little bit. Not a ton yet, but a little bit. So this would be tricky. It's like they tried to pump above the 40-45 to get the charm, and now they're just trying to hold that. But if we lose 40-45, then all that charm goes the other way. If the MM went long Vega above VN, would VIX just moonshot? Well, it would definitely go up, right? And then the more vol goes up, the longer the MM's gonna go Vega. So I mean, it should have a reflexive effect. Like MM goes long Vega, VIX moves up. MM goes longer Vega, VIX moves up more. MM starts dropping delta hedge because VIX is moving up, which then pushes short puts in the money, which causes more Vega to need to be hedged, which causes the MM to buy more vol, right? Which causes VIX to go up more. And that just is that different than Volmageddon? I mean, at a point, it might not be. So like a VIX slip and slide, kind of, yeah. And the MM doesn't care, right? They're short a metric fuck ton of puts, so they're more than happy to drop the price if given the opportunity. It's not crime. If we lose 45-40, where do you think they bounce it? I don't know if they do. There's no more calls below that now. So it just depend where they start buying calls for tomorrow. Which it's a little early to say, but I would imagine somewhere around this level right now.
Let's see. Still more delta. We're still buying calls. Hmm. Selling a lot of puts. How is this not flipped yet? It's so many puts. Holy shit. What the fuck is going on? Vega neutral? $6 to the upside. Any hope for a sell-off into close? It's possible. Like I said, if they lose 45 and 40, then yeah, there's no support below that now. This is kind of what I was hoping would happen at market open, is that they would push the upside calls and then sell off. But we didn't really get that. And so now we're getting it towards the end of the day, which doesn't necessarily mean those positions are going to sell off. Although this is tricky because normally what they would do is they would push higher, right, at the end of the day here and try to net off the value of the calls they opened in the morning and get them to cash settle. But getting them to cash settle here, I mean, they're not really positive, right? I mean, a lot of these are probably, they were bought for like $5-6 and they're still underwater, even on cash settlement. Like the 45 is only $2-3 in the money. Actually, they're not buying a lot of 5160 calls. If any, there's some puts sold at 5160, but no calls. There's some calls at 5150. But yeah, distinctly very few calls at 5160. Which is, I mean, shows at least some knowledge of the dealer positioning. You can't exercise the options, they're European. I think most of the 55s are being sold. Like, this is obviously de-risking, right? Like short vol risk off. I wonder if they're trying to like risk off short vol to move VN higher. Hmm. Have we gone over Intel? It was up a bit today, but no.
We kind of talked about it a little bit yesterday. I mean, they're definitely getting ready for a rug during JPA's testimony. It's unlikely that he says anything to like upset the apple cart, but he could potentially say something like, 2 rate cuts or something like that. And I think the last testimony, nothing really happened, but the one, I think it was like beginning or towards the end of like 2022, he said, I forget what he said, but he said something that fucking pissed everyone off. JPS speaks Wednesday, Thursday, Senate and the House and Senate. Mm-hmm. Future sellers below 5150 on ES. It's like $4 more. Yields are starting to turn back up again. Dollar might be inching a little higher. You know what went up a bunch today? Commodities? Anybody see that? Commodities like gapped up this morning. Starting to look bullish as fuck off the bottom there. Is Marjorie Taylor Greene gonna show J-Pow Hunter's junk? I really hope so. That would actually make my entire week worthwhile. What should I do in the evenings? Food, bars. I don't know. I don't hang out in Brooklyn a lot anymore, but La Industry is there. They have great pizza. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me find my phone. There was this one place I went to with a buddy of mine. What the fuck was it called? Hold on, I'm trying to find his text. Oh, it was called Jaffa Cocktail Bar. That place was pretty cool. They just have like seafood and drinks and stuff, but it was pretty fun. JAFFA. Grow a mustache, wear a flannel, drink some IPAs like the locals. Thoughts on Williamsburg these days? I just hate going into Brooklyn. It's a fucking pain in the ass. The fucking train's never running. There's always some fucking issue with it, or it's broken down. And then, you know, or you gotta like take an Uber over there, and that's a bitch. Also, I grew up in Brooklyn when it was shitty, and like gentrified Brooklyn, I kind of hate. It's just like depressing. Like all the things that were there when I was a kid that I loved are gone. I grew up in a stable in Upper New York. I did not. I'm not a horse, nor a horse human. How you doing today, Gaff? You ready for a credit event? This is where your Gaff's contention comes into play because Kava took everything you love. Yeah, yuppies from New Jersey ruined Brooklyn. Have you ever been to Sally's Slices? Where's that? Ruins, same as made it livable. No, the rampant gun violence kept people out, which was awesome. You're buying Neo tomorrow after the drop? No, not yet. Thanks for being here with us in the end of times. No problem, Lawrence of Arabia. Happy to. The close, we just have a regular straddle. So I still have my fucking straddle from yesterday. I guess I could close the calls here. It's not great. It's alright. The puts are for March 15th, so I don't really care about those very much. No technicality, no loopholes. I won't bother you at all tomorrow with a close under 35. Okay. The man kept you down. Now look at you. Who would have thought a Persian centaur could ascend to such glory? That was Kava. You're welcome. Oh, gaff. JPAL's Wednesday, Thursday. You watching Target earnings? No. Should I? Are you excited about them? Do you want me to watch them with you? The 5150 calls get bailed out, or do you expect another push? I just think they were sold. Let's watch Neo earnings tomorrow morning. Let's lose 41.45. And then 41.40. Or 51.40. Actually, you know what? Yeah. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Let's go. Dump the whole thing. All of it. Bullshit call positioning. Oh, I hate too small couch blankets. Why do people have those? No one fits under them. It doesn't make sense. Hmm. Nvidia's kind of slipping. Not Apple. Oh fuck, futures is about to lose 51.50. So close. 45 George Dye Road, Hamilton Square, New Jersey. What the fuck is that for? The address for what? I forgot to set my limits on 0 DTs and they just auto closed. If SPY goes below 512 today, I'm gonna be a sad boy for sure. It's gonna happen at 415, 414. Take it easy there, Daxopotamus. The address to his heart looks like Marcello's Pizza. New Jersey Why would... Ew. New Jersey Pizza? There's no good pizza in Hamilton, New Jersey. I promise. I'll take your word for it, Odorous Dan. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go. We hit the future sellers. This is good shit. All that charm going the wrong way now. What's up, bitches? Oh, I have so many 5135 puts. Let's go. Fuck that, more dumpies. Oh, motherfuckers. Hold on 1 second. Hmm. No. Fucking cunts. Jesus Christ. They bought so many calls, Dork. There's still a lot of puts at 35. You keep buying with 40 here, or 40s take profit. $41. A little bit of future selling. A little more future selling. I think this might fail again. Ooh, nice. Dumbest 5-minute candles in the history of 5-minute candles. Can it fall to 25, or is that asking too much? I don't think that's ridiculous. I need to look at tomorrow's positioning. There's like no support on the chain down here, like on the, at least on the call side. So it'll really depend on how things are positioned for tomorrow. Probably not going to fall below 30, but we could fall to 30. There's a call wall at 30. But there's like no support at 35. Well, that depends. QQQ doesn't really, like, NQ, I guess, doesn't really have an equivalent support there. So NQ could keep kind of dropping if it fails that, like, 40, or let's say if QQQ fails that 44.50 level. There's not a lot of support at all on that. So, I mean, depending on momentum, QQQ could keep dragging it down. The video is almost back to 850. I think I'll hold on to those until after hours. Not the best exit on those, but I guess I can't complain. I'm up with the sold calls, so that's cool. Can't believe I got out of those, actually. Now it'll drop to 25. Anyway, that's why I sold those calls, Thunder. I didn't really think we were gonna go much higher, to be honest. I'm kind of happy with just taking the risk off the table. I've got these too, so I sold these at the top. So overall up on the net short. I probably should have sold some more of those, but they weren't worth very much. I think like $1.70 something is about as high as that contract got. It was getting sold really heavily. 42.50 tomorrow? No, I don't think so. So if this slips tomorrow's call wall at 30, that's really fucking bearish. Because I think that's the last support tomorrow to the downside. I guess, I mean, they can buy more, but like 25 and 20 aren't very well defended. So I would expect that this will be support at 30. That's where tomorrow's call wall is. But Vol's going up pretty quick. Take profits on these BNED $2 calls for October 24. Let them ride. They have earnings this week. Your answer means nothing to me. I'm up 2x, but I'm letting them ride in true pigeon well fashion because who needs a safety net when you got it like that? All right, fair enough. And if you're not buying calls for earnings, what are you buying them for? I feel like BNED's a really earnings dependent play. They've got to show performance, right? Something genuinely being in its favor is the fact that more people will begin to enroll in universities if there's a war, leading to more gains. Who are we going to war with? Just double my port. Casual. Nice, man. Yo, Gurk, don't know if you saw, but was wondering if you ever been to Nougatines? Yes, I have. Why? It's pretty good. Yeah. It's I think it's been a little while since I've been there, but I've been there. I thought we were warring against the hedgies already. When Moon? That was 30 minutes ago. The war thought only works if there's a draft. We have drones and the US dollar. Gurk, come on. I'm just not aware of any war that we're currently going into right now. Isn't that stock down like 6% today, Dork? They're gonna buy this dip, right? Well, they need to try to buy this dip because this is their support for tomorrow. Losing it today would be kind of shitty. I want to full port some Smiles Club Direct. I thought they went out of business already. Or is that why you're full porting them? Wait, hold on. Did they fucking sell my QQQ calls? Oh, those bitches. Fucking assholes. Unbelievable. I turned off auto exercise. Why the fuck did they do that? So I don't trade spy on WeBull. I thought WeBull didn't do that if you fucking if you turned off auto exercise. Have to have a limit sell on them? Oh, that's stupid. I'm gonna be really pissed if fucking QQQ drops below 44, 443.50 in after hours. I don't really trade QQQ or SPY a lot, so I didn't realize they did that. That sucks though. If earnings are bearish, I'm buying more. If it's good, I'm selling it all. Then if it goes in the money, fair enough. Get it? You're rich. I mean, definitely a good reason to play like XSP over SPY, right? So, Gaff, are you full port Dogecoin yet? I read an analyst report said Doge is going to $4.84. Yeah, let me just buy this XSP option, and it's down 20% from the spread. They're not that bad at the money. Hold Ah, shit. No, that's broken. What? I'm not full port Doge. I might buy like $1,000 worth. I can finally yeet my godforsaken Cardano. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? You'd actually get back into crypto with Doge? I mean, no. No one gets into crypto with Doge. They get into gambling. Yeah, but I'm gambling on something that's got a very high success rate, right? Which is that people are fucking stupid. Hey, I'm a people. I wonder if I'll ever hit 100% gain on my XRP. I have a 7% of my port dedicated to horrible coins that have no future but perform based purely on the stupidity and hopium of others. Yeah, I know. I already sold my Solana, though. Here's my question, Gav. How the fuck do I get rid of this 378,000 in wrapped Luna? Ding ding. Well, we held 5130. The Bulls did it. They managed to hold their support into the end of the day. I knew you'd love that. All right. Let's see. So futures fucking completely reverted back to mean. We're back at the 150 5135 resistance. I would say that we're probably a good chance that we hold this overnight. NQ with actually the biggest drop today. A lot of that seems to be on the back of Nvidia's decline into close. I said at some point Nvidia was gonna find some resistance, and it did at that 875 level. So that's where the next cap is for sold calls. Keep that in mind. We'll see if Nvidia declines further back to the 825 level, which will happen if there's no more call side support and calls continue to sell at 850 on the way down. Apple got hit pretty hard today. I think I took like a intraday loss of 2.5%. Tesla down 7%. So Google down 2.8. So a lot of the Mag 7 really underperforming, and really just kind of stability in Microsoft and Meta, and Nvidia ripping seemed to float the entirety of the index. There was some overperformers in the finance sector, but for the most part, everything did pretty shitty today. So like, yeah, finance did okay, but like tech services did really poorly. Most of electronic technology did really bad. Retail not really very impressive. Um, Energy's awful. Jesus. Consumer durables down. Some of the smaller sectors, utilities, transportation. This should probably tell us something, that we're seeing utilities overperform, process industries, distribution services, health, um, manufacturing, right? The fact that these are ahead, consumer durables was pretty stable, and industrial services was up, should probably tell us that there's a bit of position shifting going on up here at the top. How much? Not a lot yet, but people are. It looks like some people are definitely bailing out on Mag 7, so we might be seeing a little bit of sector shift. Probably not enough yet to confirm anything. I think RSP held pretty steady today. Probably mostly due to finance. Where does that put us for tomorrow? So for tomorrow, that, we could probably see a continuation of the pullback. We'll see where neutral levels have moved to today on the drop to 30. That's probably not enough downside to move VN substantially higher. But they should move up a little bit, right? So we should probably see like VN on SPXW move up to like the 5130 range, and then probably Vega neutral on the whole chain up to like 5160. I think that'll open up some upside into the middle of the week as those move a little higher, but I would like to see just a bit more pullback still, that we really haven't yet. Commodities gapped up today pretty hard. So a little bit of interest there. Gold is up 1.43%, silver up 3.3%. Oil fell back again today. But it was doing pretty well this morning. It was still back. It was like CL was still above 80. Dollar's still pretty flat around that 103.83 mark. Looks like it's down against the euro and the pound today, but up against the yen and the yuan. We still have a pretty big jump in yields at the 2 and the 5 year, and then kind of falls off into the back end. So interest kind of in the middle of the curve there today. We can look at that here. So, but a nice recovery in like the longer dated yields overall after their big ass drop on Friday. And dollar still seems to be pretty stable. Remember, if that labor data comes in hot this week, we're probably going to see yields and dollar move up strongly. Core got absolutely correlation, 1 and 3 month correlation, both just got fucking pounded into the ground today. There was so much vol selling, and also a lot of de-risking as well, which we saw as we were kind of testing the top range. We're starting to see yields tighten up again a little bit, and we're seeing what looks like the start of another move towards positive volatility yields. So we'll definitely keep an eye on this over the next few days. Some of this may just be like risk premia because of the JPOW speech this week. And then if that leads to nothing, we can see that fall off, right? But it's there for now. Move probably hasn't updated yet. Oh, what the fuck did I just do? Skew was up Friday. I don't know what it's doing today. I don't think we give a shit about that. Oh, and correlation between VX and cash VIX kicking off this week down to or up to negative 38.83%. So we're starting to see the correlation between those two move back towards positive. Which, over the next couple of weeks might be a pretty strong sign that the volatility regime is continuing to shift, at least. I would say that this is a pretty big move down over the last like 3 weeks. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Fed fund futures pricing in just under 3 rate cuts again. I know I think Bostic came out today and said that he sees 2 rate cuts for 2024. I think that's the first indication that we're gonna get that the dot plot is gonna shift, right? I don't think, based on super core, which is that PCE core PCEX housing and energy, CPI and PPI, that also wage increases, that we're going to see any kind of easing from the Fed this year at all, probably. And I think that the largest driver of that inflation right now is shipping costs. And I think that is something that's only either going to stay the same or escalate as the situation in the Middle East either heats up or stays exactly the way it is right now. Either way, shipping costs are going to remain high, and that pressure is being felt in producer pricing, and then that's being passed on to the consumer every which way. So I think as long as that continues, the Fed doesn't really have a choice. I don't think they can cut unless we have a credit event of some kind. I think if inflation pushes up high enough, they might have to raise rates again this year. Bostic said they wouldn't be consecutive, though. Okay. I mean, they shouldn't be at all, frankly. BTC is at 65K plus. How are they going to cut rates? Yeah, that's a good point. Hospital just doubled their yearly percent increase for 20,000 employees. They're getting ahead of sticky inflation. Well, we'll see. But generally, rising wages just cause more inflation, right? That's really not the kind of price stability that the Fed's seeking. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Oh, Beyond. So I'll cover this real quick. So Beyond started to drop into my target buy-in range. I'm still waiting to see if it can move a little lower. The shorting around the midday kind of ceased, and it looks like we're holding 850 for now. Tomorrow's forced covering might open up a little bit more liquidity. I think we could still see a little bit of downside. There are still short calls trapped between 850 and 750 from earnings that they haven't quite gotten out from underwater yet. And I think the shorts goal before the majority of the reg show covering catches up with them is going to be to get those short calls out from underwater before closing out those positions. Crypto shill, boo, this stream sucks. Thanks, Gaff. And then I think we'll start to see price improvement from that point on. So I'm probably being a little greedy with my entry. I should probably just start DCAing into like 45 DT out of the money here, but I'm gonna wait another day and see where it ends up. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Later.